have the most falls at the end of the allotted time, you will secure the victory and the bragging rights.
Legacies are forged and legends created in an Ironman match, gentlemen. This isn't just about wrestling ability. This is about endurance, about stamina, about who will be standing tall at the end of this one.
Oh, a third! Just going all out with every blow. Wow, that was nasty. Just mounted with punches. And a stomp to the gut. And he's taking out a lot of offense here, guys.
He's definitely running into a roadblock here.
Now heading outside.
He'll make his way to the ring. Ooh. Oh, perfect kick. She's starting to feel the effects of this attack. Turns that in his favor.
And he puts a quick stop to the momentum that was mounting against him.
He's still in this, and he's making sure everyone knows that.
Insulting. He took a vicious hit there.
Oh, gosh, I hope we've got medical staff standing by.
Yeah, it sure looks like we'll need them.
Obviously, in an Ironman match, you want to switch the cover. And he breaks the count quickly.
Fighting hard to stay in this match. Stepped aside, avoiding damage.
Bad spot for him to be in here, guys. Taking this match to the outside.
Oh, no. Please put that back. That can rip your flesh off the bones.
Oh, God. Piercing shot with the barbed wire. And he's refusing to hit the brakes.
He is absolutely determined right now.
Countering that offense.
Crucial turnaround there because he was falling behind.
This might be the moment he was waiting for. His comeback could start here.
A running hurricane.
Can he score the pin?
Maybe.
No, a kick out.
He's not letting fatigue set in or get the better of him.
No clue what he hopes to find down there.
Taking things to another level, bringing out the ladder like this.
What power! Returning to the ring now. Heads outside the ring.
And no countouts means he can take his time. Having trouble making it to a vertical base, and it looks like it's only going to get worse.
Ooh, well played super kick. And he continues to take relentless offense here. What's coming up here?
We're about to find out. Wow, big kick with style.
Time to shut the book on him for good.
And there he goes, picking up the fall early in this one. Ouch.
Suplex. Devastating.
At this stage, he's endured plenty of big attacks.
Yeah, this has been a grueling Ironman match, and you cannot deny that they are feeling it.
We're going to make a little music by strumming the sixth string.
Oh! He's taking control of the proceedings here.
Something snapped inside him. This is barbaric. Soaring.
Oh, God. A beautiful body scissors into a cover.
Wow. Instantly, he has his shoulders up.
Where in the world does one find such strength at this stage to kick out that early in the count?
Ooh, he fends that off. There's a roll through.
He thinks he has it.
He scores the fall.
Countered with the knee to the face.
Big punch. Ouch. This could do it. Fights the shoulder up and one.
I can't believe it. He just won't go away.
Smash after the stomps.
He's looking lost out there. Looking like an easy target.
Oh, what a kick. And he's leaving the ring for the moment.
You saw that being telegraphed.
Gosh. Oh, there's some gouging going on.
That's unnecessary. Man, that was a hard landing. Really just laying it in.
Went after the head and neck again.
Maybe trying to rattle the opposition's balance. Kicks to the cranium of their opponent.
These men are looking battered and bruised. You have to believe the end is near.
Bruised but not broken. This one is going as long as there's breath in their lungs. Boom!
And he's basically defenseless right now.
Yeah, he's definitely doing some backpedaling. It is his time to take care of business.
Look out!
Ooh, poorly timed, high-risk attempt.
Destructive use of the knee.
That could be the last dagger to the heart.
Looking for the pin. He gets it. He scores the fall.
Jumps the elbow. He realizes this is his opportunity. Taking aim.
That kick will stop you in your tracks.
Going head-to-head, putting each other to the test.
Big shots being fired right now. Neither competitor letting up.
Two titans trading strikes and refusing to back down. Oh.
You can feel the contact, and so does the WWE Universe.
Oh. Each exchange just sapping the energy from these two. Wow.
Suplex. He may get the 3 count right here.
This is it.
And he scores a fall.
Retaliated with a head-turning clothesline.
What do you say? I mean, this is amazing.
Running Hurricane Rana.
Fantastic.
Poorly timed offense there.
Oh, what a right hand. Will it be? Fights out at 2.
Incredible resiliency.
And the core taking on some damage. Things are heading ringside now.
Under the ropes and back into the ring.
Just
Oh, does he get him here? He's got to fall in the back. Caught that and reversed it.
Up into the torture rack.
feast your eyes. He may be out for good after that.
The cover. An important fall for him here.
Got
Nice night.
Is it enough? The cover. 2. Oh, and he just kicked out.
Where in the world is he getting this from?
his beating heart will not be stopped.
I can see it in the eyes from here. Disbelief. Unbelievable how this one is still going on.
And he said, time to switch things up a little bit. Invite a tool of destruction into the equation. He's in a very bad spot, totally out of it.
Powerful kick.
Perched up top.
Running knee drop.
Oh, no, it's roll up.
No, he gets the shoulder up.
What a match.
I don't think he's going to get up after that one.
Cover. 2 count. And yes, he just got a fall there.
The kick connects.
Momentum is completely in his corner now.
Everything's falling his way right now.
Barbed wire back to the head. What cruelty. Got out of the way. Oh, big knockdown, another clothesline. Cut off with the pass.
You know what he's thinking, and it is not good.
Wow, what a kick. Bang to the neck. An impressive amount of offense against him here.
Can he overcome this?
There's electricity running through this arena right now.
With speed. Does it again, and there's no way to come back from that.
There's two. And that fall will get added to his score.
Oh, missed connection.
Fall-away moonsault. Wow.
He's just stacking up these attacks.
He is not letting off the gas with this attack.
Hamstring crushing knee strikes.
Repeated strikes. And that could hinder his chances even more.
It's sink or swim time for him now, gentlemen.
Off the rope. Oh, a springboard roundhouse.
Trying to get vertical, but he has no idea he's in the line. Lift off.
Diving forearm smash.
Mounting their downed opponent and firing off a series of blows.
And a stuff
Into the cover. He's in deep waters now, but gaining that fall proves he's still got fight. He's completely on defense now.
And he's looking completely outmatched in this one.
Just stomping every single part of his body.
And what need is there to go looking under the apron like this?
And he's got the hardwood in hand, and you have to imagine a sinister plan for what comes next.
Ooh, sharp kick. Wicked kick to the face.
So much disdain with each of these shots. Something about this is starting to feel way more personal.
Being
fair! That's it. No way to endure that again.
Is it enough? The cover! 2 count. He got it. He got the fall.
Springboard off.
Disaster kick.
oh, goodness. Nothing but brutality with that barbed wire.
Rolls through super kick. This is it.
Deep in this thing, he gets the fall. Superman punch! And he throws the opposition back into the ring.
Look at this. He's feeling it and looking for some support from the crowd. Perched on the shoulders. That's how you take out your opponent.
Shoulders down. And he gets the fall.
Just mounted with punches and a stomp to the gut, too.
A savage beatdown. That should do it right there. He scores himself a fall. Oh.
Ripcord. Run. Oh, man, he's got him in the crosshairs. What a hot shot. It's all the way to the outside.
wire straight to the dome.
First quarter of this battle is now past.
And we have a one-fall deficit. This is where you go beyond your standard prep. This is where Ironman training starts to come into play.
Uh-oh. Has to find a way out of this.
Oh, watch this, fellas.
He's quick to get out of the way there.
Boom! Good defense from him. And gets tossed back into the mat.
He is trying to get up, but it is not going well.
Whoa, just floating through the air.
Oh, get ready. He's waiting for the perfect time.
Running Hurricane Rana. And he's really being relentless right now.
He's in straight-up attack mode.
Forearm to the kidneys. And the brunt of all that impact goes right to the head.
Steps.
Body slam.
Hooked up.
Successive attacks have him staggering.
Yeah, and this might cause him to lose his composure. He looks defenseless as he struggles to get his bearings.
Trying to go for it again.
Pele kick. That can close the curtains on him.
Cover. Deep into this match, and he's able to get the fall.
Victory roll pinning combination. Rolls through. Super kick.
And in the late goings, he is still able to distribute an attack.
If he's going down swinging.
Oh, man, not the guitar. This never ends well.
These competitors searching.
He's going back to the well. And kick on the mark. Putting this one to
And going for the pin. Adding to his score late in the match. What a counter!
And he needed that badly.
And this moment could be what jumpstarts his comeback.
But I think those constant attacks to his torso are adding up.
Yeah, Cole, this could have consequences for his future.
Are we about to see it again? Takes a Pele. Great athleticism.
That finally has to slam the door shut and end it.
And he scores the fall.
Oh, vicious headbutt. And he's looking to the crowd for some money.
That puts an end to that, thank goodness.
He may get the 3 count right here.
I think so.
And that will be a fall for him.
It's a revolving door of forearms. Ouch.
Letting
And this has to be the end of it.
Cover. There's 2. And he captures the fall with that.
up into the torture rack. There's no way you can take any more of those. This has got to be over.
He scores the fall there. Oh, and he manages to reverse.
Up and around, down with a tilt-a-whirl backbreaker.
He can't seem to find any answer here. Yeah, he's on his back foot now. I don't see things turning around in his favor. Oh, no, I think we're going to see
The electric chair. Nope. Rolling elbow right on the mark. Kick to the stomach. And he's truly taken so much damage in this match.
This is not where he wants to be, but he has very few options left if he wants to stay in this match.
Exclamation point.
Saw what was coming and got out of dodge quick.
Oh, here we go. This is raw power. Way up and down hard.
Intense look in the eyes as he calculates his next strike. Wild springboard attack.
He's in a predicament here.
Belly bomb.
Mounting their downed opponent and firing off a series of blows.
Oh, net into the cover.
Oh.
That fall goes to him late in this match. Boom, what a kick. Bam. Got out of the way, but good. Golly, what a knee. He might have put. He's going to the pin. This could be it. Going for the cover. A big fall for him there.
Gets out of dodge.
Electric chair.
This is scary.
Face buster. This has been a very physical and draining match.
Taking on so much offense.
Guys, did you? And he stopped short right there. Oh. Kick to the back. He's managed to keep on the attack.
Yeah, he's not going to be the only one feeling this match in the morning. He avoids the contact.
There it is. Reversal. Wow. Picture perfect moonsault. Belly to back suplex. No.
Kick to the spine.
Cover here. He gets the late fall. Boom. Broken up with a fist to the face. Picking up speed, building momentum. Trying to change the tides of the match.
No trying. The superstar has changed the tides of the match.
Here we go, cleaning up the announce table. We know what's coming next.
This match is getting more chaotic by the second.
That has to be the one that ends this. Makes the cover. Fatigue is setting in, but he's able to score a fall here. Strong kick.
And the DDT.
Does he have it here? He scores a fall deep into this match. Whoa! The height on the moonsault. He's reaching under the ring for anything useful.
Clearly thinking a steel chair is what's needed right about now.
Oh, God! Right to the cranium. Even more punishment coming his way there.
He's endured so much already. He can't take much more.
A drop kick in the corner.
Perfectly executed.
And his onslaught continues.
Executing his game plan with authority.
He's about to do it. He's about to do it again.
Hit it again, and that's got to be it.
And the cover. And somehow, he's able to gain a fall. taking on an immense amount of punishment right now.
He is really being taken to task here.
And he's finding a way to inflict more damage.
Do not count him out just yet. Setting up their opponent. Poised and penalty kick to the arm. Nasty right hand.
Answers with an enziguri, crashing to the floor.
From the apron, diving moonsault. And that takes so much skill to land with such accuracy.
It takes a whole lot of luck, too.
And he gets delivered back into the ring. German suplex. He is completely focused on the task at hand here.
He looks incessant. Oh, this is really getting out of hand here. Someone needs to step in.
Misses the target.
He's getting on his feet, vulnerable to what's coming next. Up into the torture rack. Oh! Feast your eyes.
It's over. You can't survive that again.
Kick out. I thought it was finished off for sure.
I thought for sure this thing was wrapped up.
Well, stay in your seat. Looks like we've got a ways to go yet.
Just dished out his most devastating offense, and you got to be wondering if he's thinking one more time will be the charm.
He's getting back up, straight into harm's way. On the second rope.
Enziguri
Out of the corner.
Absolutely no telling what's underneath the ring tonight.
And we know when he has a chair in hand, things get messy in a hurry.
Oh, strong impact. And his constant attack has him floundering.
Yeah, he's got to find some respite here. Oh, God! Mounting their downed opponent and firing off a series of blows.
And you can see from the blood that real damage has been done.
Bright red evidence. He got caught.
Look out! Crashing to the floor.
Really thought that was going to work, but now we got a human being we have to scrape off the floor.
And he's pulled the ring apron up, looking under there for something.
A guitar? I did not see that coming. Ooh.
He is locked in and has his opponent dead to rights. From the top rope.
Oh, God, terrible landing on the outside.
Taking flight only to find nobody home at ringside. What a disastrous miscalculation. Oh, that was just malicious.
Just disrespectful.
Isolating the arm.
Ooh. Kick to the gut. Set up. Canadian Destroyer.
Full impact. He's mounted an all-out assault right now.
This is the kind of intensity he wants to bring all night.
Oh, clothesline stops that move in its tracks. Vicious knee. Face. Stumbling to his feet, he might just be rising to meet his end here.
It's a revolving door of forearms. Ouch!
Up into the torture rack.
Going back to the well, hoping this one ends it.
And it's enough to earn the fall.
Both wrists captured and
Man, knee strike.
Ironman match continues as we stomp across the midway point.
And we can see that one competitor perched on the shoulders.
oh! Feast your eyes!
That's it again, and no way this goes any longer. Ooh, harsh kick. One fall difference here. Have to find some way to tie things up. You don't want to get down much further.
Uh-oh. Both arms trapped. This will not end well.
Look at all these curbstones.
This is not looking good for him.
Yeah, he is struggling to get back into the swing of things.
Perched up top. A diving knee drop.
This is certainly an effective use of a foreign object.
Oh, my goodness. Just strike it at will.
He's setting this table up, and guys, someone's about to have a really bad night. He's able to counter that.
He isn't taking this line. Here comes another one. Kick. Walks right into it.
Goes to the well one more time.
Here's the
no
pin.
one's getting up from that.
Well into the match, and he picks up the fall.
Oh, man.
That scary look in his eyes, fixated on the opposition.
Running hurricane.
Not looking in any condition to fight. More like a sitting duck here.
Did you see that? Propelled through the air. And he finds himself on the receiving end again.
Now we need to see what his response is going to be. Watching, waiting, and we know exactly what he... From the top!
That looks painful. Oof. We can sense the whole WWE Universe behind him right now.
Snapmare takeover. Here comes the boom penalty kick.
Into the double stop combo.
That could end their night for good.
Somehow he's able to get a fall this late in the match.
Narrowly escaping there.
Counters on top of counters, and these opponents are at an impasse.
What's coming up here?
Pele kick. Oh, my. That has him totally laid out.
And he managed to pull it off. He got the fall. He's quickly assuming control here.
He's giving it his all, that's for sure.
Went for the springboard and miss. Oh, what a right hand. Cover. Is it enough?
And he gets the fall. The fall.
Bruising attack to the stomach. Shot right to the gut.
Ripcord applied. Oh, and a forearm. Repeated hits like that are going to add up very quick. Plenty of damage being dealt here.
Perched on the shoulders. Hits it again, and that's gotta do it.
Makes the cover. And he earns the fall.
Using the ropes.
Oh, big mistake, and that error could be costly. Follow-away moonsault. Wow.
He is in the zone, and he wants everyone to know it.
Knife edge chop.
Wicked drop kick.
And he's stumbling to his feet, unaware of his surroundings.
Ooh, what a nasty kick.
Insulting.
Ooh.
On a stop. Blow after blow. He's looking rocked.
This is the type of scenario where he needs to get inventive.
Caving in the abdomen.
From behind, ripcord. Boom!
Knock him down. Ouch.
Ooh.
Nasty right hand.
Vicious enziguri.
Oh my goodness.
What a moonsault.
Incredible athleticism.
Went straight to the outside and landed right on the target.
A textbook example of high risk, high reward right there.
And he's going all out, not holding back now.
He's on a roll and looking unstoppable.
Into the barricade.
Oh my gosh!
Setting them up.
Flipping pile driver, spiked.
Oh, colliding with a barricade.
Oh my God.
Really feeding off all of his faithful fans.
From the top rope.
He fails to connect.
Shot connects.
Here comes the pitch.
Will it be? I think so.
He smooths the fall, showing great stamina now. And back elbow creates separation.
Sharp knee. Dishing out the big guns once again.
Makes a cover. He got one. He racks up a fall.
Savage stomp right to the arm.
Targeting the arm to great effect.
He could absolutely be at the end of his rope.
But I highly doubt anybody's going to throw in the towel, though.
Got them off their feet here.
Into the rug blower.
And he's still able to be the aggressor there.
He's still got some fight in him, even as this match stretches on.
He is hell-bent on putting his opponent away.
This has been a grueling battle. What is left?
Wait, you don't think he's...
Spanish fly!
Oh, man! And avoids taking any damage.
Setting it up. Thunderous clothesline. Oh my gosh, what impact! Oh God!
This is what you do when you're looking to do more than win a match. You're looking to hurt someone. Body shot.
Here comes the pitch.
Into the lariat. Oh, man, he's getting ready to pull the trigger.
Up into the torture rack.
Feast your eyes. This has to be the one that ends it.
pulled through to score a fall here.
Springboard, but nobody home. Dodges out of the way.
Moonsault. What's coming up here? Bang!
Pele kick. Hold it out one more time. That has to do it.
Makes the cover. And he scores the fall there.
Well-framed standing moonsault.
I think I know what's about to happen.
Running penalty kick.
He's going back to the well. Again, going for the biggest attack possible.
The cover. Add that to his score. Chop. We have to be nearing the end of this one.
It's time to catch that second, maybe even third win.
Stumps.
Counters.
He might be able to start mounting something here.
Oh, yeah, he's got a new sense of purpose now.
It's okay, they weren't that pretty anyway.
And as this match goes on, he's looking worse for wear.
And the screws are really being put to him here.
Oh boy, I think we know what he has in store next.
Not a good spot to be in.
Ooh, pinpointing the trachea.
Being stalked, being measured, and clueless to it from the top.
That looks painful.
What a shot. Straight brutality coming right at you.
Snapmare on the move.
Penalty kick. Stop.
I don't know how you can withstand any more offense after that.
2. So late in the match, but he's able to score the fall.
He manages to slip out of the way. Ooh, that got the official.
Proof these superstars have done their homework.
What a boot. Amazing.
And hold on, are we looking at the prelude to the end of it all?
Needed a midsection.
And a shoulders down. And there he goes, scoring the fall.
Just mounted with punches and not, oh, a nasty stop to finish it off. Oh man, a little extra luster behind that kick.
And he turned it around. Super kick to the face.
Oh no, has him lined up for the kill shot.
Measuring it up one more time. Boom! Pele kicking the button.
That's it. That finally has to do it.
He got it. He got the fall.
Oh my goodness.
Just punishing their opponent. He can barely gain his footing, and he has no clue what's coming.
To the face. What a redirect.
Only a quarter of a lot of time left as this Ironman battle wages on.
And there's a big-time lead here. But now is not a time to feel overconfident and do something stupid. What a sick thud from that table.
And he's pushing through the pain to turn the tables now.
He's not going out without a fight.
Picked up and being carried around now. Oh!
Incoming!
Taking a flight to nowhere.
Man, oh man, took that crucial leap of faith and no one was there.
So much torque on the knee and ankle.
Turning the tables.
Uh-oh. I wouldn't be getting up if I were him. No!
Somersault plunge out of the floor.
Fearlessly soaring to the outside. My goodness.
Doing whatever it takes to eliminate the competition.
Brought back into the ring from the floor now. And a kick. Wicked kick.
Oof. That puts an end to that rally. Scoop slam, making it look easy. Tension is mounting as he eyes his target.
He thinks he has it. And that fall will get added to his score. Ooh, great anticipation.
Perched up top.
Putting it all on the line and coming up big with a breathtaking move.
And he slides him back to the mat.
He's looking to make a moment here. Went for the springboard and miss.
Oh, launching himself from the ropes.
Will it be? No, 2 count.
I am shaking my head in disbelief over how he managed to... That was vicious.
There's no chance you're coming back from another one of those.
2. He got it. Scored the fall. Ooh, putting their full weight on the arm. Oh, my God. Springboard moonsault. Wow. Ooh. A narrow escape.
Big punch to the body. Oh, right across the solar plexus.
Boom! Nasty right hand.
Enzuigiri to the floor.
He's looking like easy prey, about to fall into a trap.
Boom, a forearm.
On point, like a heat-seeking missile, hit the target right on the mark.
Superman punch. And now thrown back into the ring.
From the top.
Diving foot stomp. Brutal. He's just looking absolutely bullied right now.
Time for some quick thinking on his part.
Perched on the shoulders.
Oh! Feast your eyes. Does it again, and there's no way to come back from that.
He has a fall to the scoreboard.
Oh my gosh, a follow-up moonsault slam?
A picture-perfect moonsault. Looks like he has something planned with his table, guys.
I don't want to know. Big slam.
And he's only got one thing on his mind right about now. From the...
He may get the 3 count right here.
I think so.
He's got to fall in the back. Scouted it and fired back with a punch straight to the face.
Oh, targeting the stomach.
And he's clearly on his last legs now.
Yeah, he's absolutely in danger of losing it all here.
Right to the gut.
Boom, right to the body.
Shot to the gut.
He's about to do it. He's about to do it again.
And this has to be the end of it.
Makes the cover. What? You gotta be kidding me.
What? What? What do you say? This is amazing.
What a match.
Ouch.
There's the crucifix. Nicely done.
He's completely dominant. What's coming up here?
Pele kick. That finally has to slam the door shut in.
And it's enough to earn the fall.
Just muscling up their opponent. Oh my goodness! Into the powerbomb.
I can't begin to imagine what he's got planned here, guys.
Maybe it's a yard sale.
Up and around. Down with a tilt-a-whirl backbreaker.
And he's on the receiving end of more offense.
Now it's put up or shut up time for him.
Inflicting more damage to the leg.
Oh, look at this. Just cranking the head. That's gotta hurt. Ooh! He's taking a beating, but can he hold on?
He's got to fight his way back into this.
Superman punch!
Oh! Muscling up their opponent. Oh my goodness! Into the powerbomb.
From the top, through the air, and connects.
Adrenaline can make you do crazy things. Exhibit A right there.
Not much time left as the seconds continue to tick away.
It's not over, but the score differential on the board is worlds apart. Every trick needs to come out in short order.
Nasty kick.
Super kick! Kick to the midsection. Setting them up. Canadian destroyer.
Here comes another one.
Pele kick catches the side of the head.
Dishing out the big guns once again.
And he tosses it back in now. And the cover. He scores a fall deep into this match.
Gets driven into the corner.
Oh, man, setting him up on the top rope. This isn't going to be pretty. They're way up there.
This is going to be catastrophic.
Through the table. And he's showing us how much more he has left.
At a crucial juncture, he has been the aggressor here.
An non-stop flurry of offense from him.
And he's crushing his opponent with these constant...
What's coming up here? Into a Pele kick.
Mesmerizing. That's it. No way to endure that again.
Covers. That fall goes to him late in this match.
My goodness. Came down like a hammer on that arm. He's rising to his feet in a perilous situation. Up and around. Down with a tilt-a-whirl backbreaker.
And now he's just completely wrecked, barely able to fight back.
Yeah, and this situation might be hopeless for him.
Bam!
Oh, I heard a snap.
Inflicting more damage to the leg.
Now he just looks defenseless with every attack.
He's just fumbled every offensive attack he's mounted.
Strong punch.
Oh, great wherewithal there.
Wheelbarrow suplex. Devastating.
Shoulders down. And somehow he's able to gain a fall.
Spectacular athleticism. We know what's racing through his mind.
Taking off from the ropes. And no idea where this energy is coming from, but he's making it count.
He has to be thinking that every bit of offense is one step closer to the end.
Textbook scoop slam.
And he's coming to, about to stumble his way into danger.
From the...
He's just unloading now, landing every shot he can find.
Things are quickly coming together for him.
No doubt about it. This is just adding extreme insult. What's coming up here?
Big kick with style.
And back to the well, hoping this one ends it.
He kicks out somehow.
Unbelievable presence of mind.
I thought he was unconscious.
That move has brought victory before, but not on this occasion. Might be time to think outside the box. Time closing in towards the end.
Oh, that's unnecessary.
Superman punch!
This is it.
Deep in this thing, he gets the fall.
Oh, impact to the stomach.
Blows that one up. He's able to
Hoist it up.
feast your eyes.
That's it. That's it. Call it. He ain't getting up.
No way.
Somersault plancha to the floor.
Throwing all caution to the wind and leaping to the outside.
Measured knee drop. Might be time to look for exit strategies, gentlemen.
Oh, my. And the resiliency to win this one.
Here is your winner, Christian Ronaldo.
That was one of the most outstanding efforts we've ever witnessed. The length of this match was daunting, but they stayed the course and earned the win.
This match is going to come down to who has the better endurance, who can capitalize on the small opportunities, because there probably won't be many.
I agree, Corey. It's going to be evident in a hurry who's been working on their cardio to build up their stamina.
As the saying goes, fatigue makes cowards of us all.
Oh, there are no cowards in the WWE, Michael, but you make your point. If you don't have enough gas in the tank, you're definitely not going to win an Ironman match.
An effective shove there sends a message. Locking up with one another. Able to pry out and gain control around the waist. Turning the tables, chin lock applied.
Oof, right on the jaw.
All tied up now.
Being driven back and is getting cornered now. Ooh.
Flat out power into the scoop slam.
Trying to get up. He has no clue what's in store for him here. Oh, catapulted down on the opponent.
He's got him covered. Kicks out in the nick of time.
I'm surprised he wasn't able to kick out sooner.
I don't know what he's got in mind heading to the floor here.
He gets back into the ring. Counter. Saw it coming. Ooh. Oh.
Getting out of harm's way.
Battle of counters. No one's getting their full offense in.
Boom! What a forearm. Making his way to the top here.
Framing him up. He's got a picture-perfect opportunity here.
From the top.
Diving thrust kick.
Oh!
Oh, man.
Oh, ouch. Taking full advantage of the foreign object in play here. Back-to-back attacks.
And is he? Yeah.
He thinks he has it. And he hits the shoulder up before two.
He's far from finished.
Oh, big boot drives him to the floor.
And out at ringside is not the place you want to be grounded.
Slingshot, boom!
Soaring out of the ring, looking to do as much damage as possible.
And now gets tossed into the ring.
Ooh! Flips their opponent around and a jarring ripcord knee.
And he's keeping this attack going and going.
He is showing no signs of slowing down in his attacks.
Slowly getting back up, and he is not going to like what's next.
Oh, man, he landed left there.
Loving blow.
Oh, my. Devastating impact to the back.
And slides back into the ring.
Oh, my gosh. A fall-away moonsault slam?
Victory roll pinning combination.
Cover. And a kick out.
You have to think this match is starting to take its toll.
No count out as he takes things out of the ring.
He'll take things into the ring. Oh, he slips out of harm. Lands a knee. He might be.
And he goes for the pin. And into the cover. He kicked out at two.
Well, I thought that was game over.
Pure guts to kick out there. A new strategy is needed right about now, if that couldn't end things. Into a cover. He kicks out with force.
He didn't even let the ref start the count.
Oh, stomping right onto the
sorts now.
Considering how much time is left on the clock, I am shocked it took this long.
Perched up top. A diving knee drop.
Attempting high-risk move after high-risk move at a breakneck pace.
Trying to string together as many hits. Does he get it here?
3, no. How? You can see.
Perched on the shoulders. That might have been the final nail.
Makes the cover. And he wins the fall. Cobra clutch. Torturing their opponent.
The submission is in, and I don't see it.
In trouble here.
A couple of elbows to the jaw, and that'll break things up.
Series of clotheslines delivered by this competitor. Manages to duck out of the way. Followed. Will this be enough?
Kicks out. He still has life.
Good Lord, scarily close to 3.
Scoop slam. There's a roll through.
Rolls through, super kick.
It's about time by one big kick with style. He's got this one in the bag now.
Well into the match, and he picks up the fall.
Bang!
Hooked up.
DDT.
He's getting overrun by this onslaught of attacks.
He could really use some well-timed offense here.
And he takes on even more damage.
And survival instincts have to be kicking in. He can't afford to take another big shot.
What a match. What a match. Middle rope for, and there's the cover.
Somehow he's able to get a fall this late in the match.
What a gut-wrench powerbomb.
Everything's going his way right now.
He knows that this is how you gain a tight grip on the match.
Oh, this is really getting out of hand here. Someone needs to step in.
Up and around.
Down. Shoulders down.
Adding to his score late in the match.
Oh, man.
What's he at here?
Duck Valley bomb.
That's a well-targeted attack to the body.
Oh, my gosh.
And he just got caught good once again.
Yeah, I don't know how much longer a good defense will even matter at this point.
Needed a midsection and a kick to the back.
Ooh, what a moonsault.
Cover! 2 breaks the count.
This is insanity.
Did you expect anything less?
Able to make a timely escape.
Perhaps looking for some kind of equalizer here.
A ladder. Things are about to get high risk and very painful.
He wants it one more time.
Overhead kick connects.
That could end things right now.
Cover! And he just pulled through to score a fall here. East River crossing!
It's about time by
Cartwheel into a Pele kick!
mesmerizing. That hit flush.
Here's
He
the
ate all
pin. He gets the late fall.
He's able to avoid heavy contact. Stalking his prey, ready to strike.
And he continues to land attacks as the match goes on.
Looks like he wants to show he might be down, but he's not out yet.
Still fighting back. Look at him go.
Being set up in the corner for something.
Packed crowd on their toes. This is what it is all about.
Forearm to the kidneys!
I got right to the gut.
How disrespectful, my gosh. Oh.
Beautiful.
What a cross body.
Cover. There's two. And he scores the fall.
Bam!
This is a situation you want to avoid. Down. Shoulder. What's coming up here?
Kick. Hit it again, and that's got to be it.
He scores the fall, showing great stamina now. Oh, what a kick. Oh, jeez. Nasty kick to the face.
Right into the diamond-plated steel. Working the midsection there. From behind, ripcord. Oh, and a forearm. Oh! And his head is taking even more damage.
He may get the 3 count right here.
This is it.
He kicks out at 2.
What do you have to do to put this guy away?
The arm getting pummeled.
Stomping their opponent.
Oh, and a forearm smash. Uh-oh. Harlem sidekick. He seemingly got nothing left in the tank, just taking this assault.
I know he didn't think he'd be in this position tonight.
Will he get on with it already? This is a fight.
Clothesline
In the corner, and an elbow for good measure.
You doing here, Corey?
The colossal clutch.
Crucial moment in this Ironman. Slipped right underneath, and just like that, he's out of the hold.
Oh, man, nasty kick.
Gets slammed down.
Oh, look at this. Measuring. He's about to unleash something from the... Oh, man.
Oh, my God, what a forearm!
Right to the jaw. And there's the crucifix. Nicely done.
What's coming up here?
Big kick with style. Again, going for the biggest attack possible.
to score the fall. Oh, he saw it coming.
Perched on the shoulders. Feast your eyes. Can it be capitalized
Going
on?
for the pin. And yes, he just got a fall there. Boom.
Cross body.
Time is ticking with the bulk of this match still left to go.
Being down this many falls in an Ironman match, well, it's pretty much locked up already.
And further punishment getting aimed at the skull here.
It's a good target. Damage done there is felt throughout the entire body.
And a stop to the gut, too.
Oh, look at this. Oh, kicks.
Oh, several kicks to the face, and one more for good measure. To the sky. Look out below.
That's going to be on highlight reels for a long time.
Incredible courage to even attempt that. And the forearm smash.
He's bringing his A game at the moment.
He just isn't letting up on this offense.
And this is where stubbornness might catch up to him.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of blows to the head, and you know he won't quit.
Jawbreaker.
Momentum going back to his corner.
That was the opening he needed, and he's got to keep his foot on the gas now.
And he gets put into a bad spot there.
And things are starting to look bleak for him here. Gets out of the way of that one.
Trampling the opposition.
Oh, look at this. Just cranking the head. That's gotta hurt.
Ooh.
Taking flight. You gotta be kidding me.
From all the way up. Wasted no time. Flying out to the floor.
And he tosses it back in now. This could do it. And he managed to pull it off. He got the fall.
Oh my goodness! Into the powerbomb.
Now a series of vicious stabs in the turnbuckle.
Stunts.
He's getting completely overwhelmed now.
He's been ineffective at slowing down his opponent.
He's looking for an implement of destruction under the ring.
An old standby for the deranged and sadistic, the barbed wire bat. Strong kick.
It pulls off the reversal.
Body scissor takedown.
Into the cover.
Got it. No, just a two. Thought he had it.
You gotta be kidding me.
Listen to the impact. Up into the torture rack.
Boom!
Feast your eyes. Busting out that heavy artillery once again.
Fatigue is setting in, but he's able to score a fall here.
Oh, spear! Spear!
He might have secured the win here.
Cover! 2, 3, no! 2 count!
He's taking some serious hurt, but somehow he's still in this.
I think he managed that kick out on pure instinct alone.
And you gotta think that all the plans are out the window after that. I don't know what they're looking for here.
Looks like he's clearly ready to leave a mark. and he's found some... Oh, shot! That's got to be the end.
The cover!
He picks up the fall.
Insecurity finds its mark. Dominating crossbody.
And there he's dealing out even more damage.
Making that push, looking for a chance to end it.
Punching their way out of that one.
Ah, blow to the breadbasket.
To the steel steps. He dodges out of danger.
Into the steel steps. That's got to be a tide turner.
From the top. Whoa, what a landing.
The 1-2 punch of high risk, high reward.
Uh-oh, he's searching for something.
A table. And guys, I don't think there will be any place settings.
Setting up for something here. Reigns down an elbow in retaliation.
Oh, man.
Mounting.
Uh-oh. He answers right back. Does he get him here? Deep into this match, and he's able to get the fall. Boom! What a shot.
Got him in the corner now.
Kick in the corner.
Nowhere to go.
He's in a dire position after that attack.
If he doesn't turn this around quick, I think he's looking at the end of the road soon. Stalking a fallen opponent, looking to inflict even more punishment. This'll do it.
Absolutely planted. Cover! 2! And he managed to pull it off. He got the fall. Just ejected from the ring. Looking for something, anything under the ring.
Grabbing a guitar, one step closer to starting a band, I guess. Spectacular counter into a dragon screw.
Oh, this may end it right here, right now. There's the Canadian Destroyer.
Wow.
Oh, with authority.
Gentlemen, no need for monitors right now. The fight is right in front of us.
Oh, God. No doubt about it. This is just adding extreme insult to injury.
All right, time for us to clear the way.
Already ahead of you. Into the stairs. That'll stop anybody. Big elbow. Oof. Dodges away.
He's just having his way now. No regrets, no second thoughts.
It's been a suffocating attack, keeping him out in front. Dribbling the opponent's head like a basketball.
Ooh. This is what you do when you're looking to do more than win a match. You're looking to hurt someone.
He's got that look in his eye.
It's go time.
From the top. Whoa, look out.
You got to be a certain kind of crazy to even think about attempting that kind of offense, but I can't say it didn't pay off.
He's absorbing a ton of offense here.
He has to find a way to break up this offense.
Knee right to the midsection.
With all these attacks on his torso, on his ribs, it's got to be hard for him to breathe right now.
Just gasping for air. Oh, gets blasted into the steel steps.
He's ready to show his opponent and the world what he's made of.
Up across the shoulders. Down.
He's got this one in the bag now.
Perched up top. All the way to the outside.
Completely throwing self-preservation out the window.
I don't know how your mind would even think about doing that.
Whip back into the ring. We got a cover. So late in the match, but he's able to score the fall.
Up into the torture rack.
There's no way you can take any more of those. This is going to be over.
That fall goes to him late in this match.
Springboard up. Massive miscalculation on that one. Snapmared over.
Full steam.
Penalty kick. Stop. Absolutely devastating.
Cover. 2 count. And there he goes, scoring the fall.
Are we about to see it again?
Caught by the Pele.
And that'll keep him down for a long time.
Shoulders are down. And he scores a fall here.
Oh, he got him. Is he going to lock this in?
Settles in, submission on the core of the spine here. It's locked in. He's got to be looking for an out. And he just decides to end the hold.
Wonder what he's thinking here.
Oh, and it's reversed.
Oh, one place knee. Right to the...
Trading back and forth blows now.
Ooh.
Looks like a hockey fight's just broken out. Back and forth, neither one giving up any ground.
Neither competitor is backing down. And now these two just pummeling the hell out of each other. And that'll end this exchange right there.
Clothesline. And a second. This superstar building momentum. Sweeping the leg. Things are looking up.
And he's in total control right now, only gaining more and more momentum.
He's got to do something.
Anything to get back in this fight.
He may get the 3 count right here.
I think so.
He picks up the fall.
He's...
Oh, what a spear!
Gotta make the most of it now.
Is it enough? The cover! 2 count. He scores a fall deep into this match.
Oh, missed connection. Kick to the spine.
It's about time, Byron.
Pele kick. Oh, my.
Goes to the well one more time. No one's getting up from that.
Goes for the pin. And he scores the fall there. And look at this now. Bad intentions coming with this hold.
Oh, my God.
Superhuman power. Submission locked in tight here. And he breaks his own submission.
Maybe his plan was just to soften his opponent with that hold.
Struggling to get back on his feet, looking lost out there. Ooh, got caught with a punch to the face.
Big punch. Ouch. This is going to the absolute limits.
Yeah, he's just running on fumes now. He's either going to play us a tune or smash someone's head in.
Keeping an eye on the clock as we have reached the halfway mark.
I don't know how anyone can begin to formulate a plan to get back in this match when they're down so big already.
Oh, no, guys. We better get out of here.
Get out of the way, Corey.
Spoken like a true man of bravery, Saxton.
And he avoids what was coming.
And now we're getting an up-close and personal view of this fight.
This is just turning into a savage display of violence.
Oh, my gosh, going head-on into the stairs.
Steering clear there.
Showdown suplex.
Cuts off their offense with a swift elbow to the gut. Boom! He wastes no time dodging the attack. His adrenaline.
And that'll put an abrupt
Up into the torture rack.
Feast your eyes.
That has to be the one that ends
Going for the
this.
cover. And it's enough to earn the fall.
Good golly, Miss Molly. Got out of there at the perfect time.
Kick from behind. Ouch.
It's a revolving door of forearms. Ouch.
The up.
Hits it again, and that's gotta do it.
Is it enough? The cover!
Somehow he's able to get a fall this late in the match.
Kicks to the face. Capped off with a big one.
And we have got a 3-fall difference. It's not impossible, but it will be difficult to turn this around. Straight to the knee.
Swinging the elbow to halt the offense.
Down low with the cover.
Adding to his score late in the match. Oh, ouch.
Enzuigiri finds its mark.
Scoop slam.
And he's turning this around, giving back some return fire.
I think the end could be right around the corner, and I think he knows that too. From the boom! This is it!
He got it. He got the fall.
Getting back.
He's going back to the well. Belly kick.
Hold it out one more time. That has to do it.
Makes the cover. Fatigue is setting in, but he's able to score a fall here.
Clothesline. Avoided contact and brought a big attack of their own. The line. Side Russian leg sweep.
Off Back to push, stretch, locked in, submission.
And he's got to do anything.
And would you look at that? He just let go of the submission.
Maybe he did the damage he meant to do and has something else in mind now. Oh, goodness. Neck, shoulders down.
Deep in this thing, he gets the fall.
Stomping straight down on the arm.
And he has no response for this barrage of offense.
He needs to figure out a way to be more aggressive.
And he just keeps getting assaulted in this one.
Yeah, his night might be coming to an end soon.
Oh, man, what a Hurricane Rana. He knew just what to do.
He's getting pumped, he's getting focused, and he's taking the WWE Universe with him.
Running Hurricane Rana.
Fantastic.
And he's just chaining together more offense now.
His focus is unshakable right now.
Misses the target.
Stopping their opponent.
Forearm smash. He's going for the pin. This could be it. And somehow, he's able to gain a fall. A reversal. Well scouted.
Oh, big mistake, and that error could be costly.
One step ahead with the takedown. Here's a cover. Could be it. And he gets the fall. Basement drop kick.
He is still reeling, and more punishment is in.
From the top rope. Beautiful drop kick.
A savage beatdown with a barbed wire bat.
So much disdain with each of these shots. Something about this is starting to feel way more personal.
What's coming up here?
Pele kick.
Delivering again, just
Looking for the
ended
pin.
now.
He got one. He racks up a fall.
Just muscling up their opponent. What a gut-wrench powerbomb.
And now he's just facing an unyielding assault.
He's got to find a way to shift the fight in his favor.
And he's got him in his sights. Got him right where he wants him. Whoa, leaping through the air. His mind is turning. Might be close to the end.
Trying to go for it again. There's no chance you're coming back from another one of those.
Cover!
He got it. Scored the fall.
Body slam slipped out.
Inverted DDT.
Oh, God. Piercing shot with the... And there's the cover! He scores the fall there. Ow! Bam!
Ooh, listen to the impact.
Oh, from behind. Oh, wow.
Frankensteiner!
Nice.
He's rummaging for some sort of equalizer underneath the ring.
Here we go. We might see a smash hit coming up.
Critical jump. Cover here! He gets the fall.
He saw that one come. Earth-shattering. That's it. That finally has to do it.
There's two. Add that to his score. Oh, God. Oh, God. Piercing shot with the barbed wire. How much more can you take?
He has been battered and beaten, and there's only so much more he can take. Goes through.
He thinks he has it. Well into the match, and he picks up the fall.
Knee right on target. It's over. You can't survive that again.
The cover. He scores the fall, showing great stamina now. Oh, did you hear that? Oh, what a kick.
Oh, predicting what was happening. Nice takedown.
A big fall for him there.
Up into the torture rack.
Feast your eyes. Hits it again.
Makes
and no way this goes any longer.
He scores himself a fall.
Early time offense there. Ooh, right to the arm. Connecting with a standing moonsault.
Two. And that will be a fall for him. Elbow drop with authority. A savage beatdown with a barbed wire bat. He has to be suffering here.
I think we can consider this the beginning of the end, gentlemen.
Staggering back up, maybe to a foregone conclusion.
Snapmare takeover. Here comes the boom penalty kick.
Into the double stop combo. Can that be it? Can that be all he needs?
He has a fall to the scoreboard.
Oh, here we go. This is raw power.
What a gut-wrench powerbomb.
And now he sees control for the moment.
An absolute display of dominance from him here. Oh my goodness.
Fishing for something beneath the ring.
Whoa, he's about to tune him up with that.
Oh. He quickly gets out of dodge. Oh my gosh, terminating knee smash. Hold on, he's just measuring him now.
From the middle rope. Wow, to the ropes to the floor. Good Lord.
Throwing all caution to the wind and flying around like a bat out of hell.
This late in the match, and he's still taking a lot of damage.
He's just entered dangerous.
Here we go. All the way to the outside.
Took a leap of faith and connected perfectly. This could be just what they needed.
He's looking for something. This could get dangerous.
The steel chair. Looks like he's opted to go with the simple but effective statement here.
Oh, and a chair shot delivered.
Trying to string together as many hits with that weapon as possible.
Oh!
Getting earth-shattering. Dishing out the big guns once again.
Two. And he scores the fall. Forearm to the kidneys.
So hard into the ring post.
And he's delving deep in himself to pull off that offense.
Being the aggressor, giving this fight everything he's got.
And this onslaught's really taken everything out of him.
Yeah, this is not the situation he wants to be in.
Repeated hits like that are going to add up very quick. Plenty of damage being dealt here.
Ooh, body shot.
Body shot.
Oh, right to the gut. Oh, he timed that counter well.
He finally creates some more offense for himself.
That might have been the decisive moment he was looking for in this.
Kick to the spine.
He's zoning in, has something big in store.
He's about to do it. He's about to do it again.
That's it. No way to endure that again.
Cover. And that fall will get added to his score.
Slam?
And just under a quarter of total time remains in this Ironman war.
And it would be a true miracle for anyone to come back from this deficit. The pace in your offense has to pick up if you want to catch up.
And he rages on in this fight.
He has to be so careful now. He can't afford to take any risks.
That should do it right there. He's in deep waters now, but gaining that fall proves he's still got fight.
That was a strong kick.
Foot, meet face.
He's getting back up, but I don't think he's going to like what he finds.
Wheelbarrow suplex.
Devastating.
And he's handing out even more damage.
We can't say he's backing down from this fight. He's clear. Getting rid of his opponent, sending him to the outside of the ring for good reason. Here he comes.
Showing reckless abandon. There was every chance that could have gone wrong, but instead, it was right on the money.
And he throws the opposition back into the ring. Oh, wicked punch.
Stopped in their tracks with a knee to the gut. Counters and counters. Each superstar looking dialed in.
Oh, attacked in the midsection.
Ripcord into the lariat.
In play here. Back-to-back attacks. Oh, moonsault!
Man, did you see the height on that?
Uh-oh.
Face first.
Oh, what a kick! Vicious. Momentum's completely within that.
You can see the focus in his eyes.
Oh, right to the gut. Fist directly to the gut.
He's able to take a stand there.
Yeah, he had enough and fought back.
Does he have it here? And he just pulled through to score a fall here.
Snapmare takeover. Here comes the boom penalty kick.
Stop!
Hits it again, and no way this goes any longer.
There's two. Deep in this thing. He gets the fall. Ooh. He's locked up.
Death Valley bomb.
Things really aren't looking good for him.
The arm absorbing the damage. And it's really hard to watch him just be pummeled like this.
He's staring adversity right in the face now.
Incoming!
Falling senton! Took a massive risk, but it might have paid off.
Heel hook. Look at this. Oh, that's so painful.
It's hard to watch, too.
Caught an elbow to the gut for that effort.
Evades the attack.
Shoulder punch. Man.
Oh, man. Just attacking the legs. Timed his defense perfectly. Roundhouse kick.
Measuring him now, lining it up. From the top.
Whoa, what a landing. That was just incredible hang time.
Was willing to take the high risk to the outside, and it paid off big time. Oh, man.
Ooh.
Schoolboy pinning combination.
Oh, maybe not.
What power!
Right into the table.
Table launch right at their opponent. A wave of hard-hitting offense from him.
Yeah, this is exactly what he'd hoped for. And he's staggering to his feet. Soaring.
Double axe handle smash. Reckless abandon. My God, that was nuts.
The target's been acquired once more.
That has to be the one that ends this.
Run out of ringside and back to the mat.
He has him lined right in his sights.
Cuts the attack off.
Opportunity now for him to capture some cover. Is it enough?
He gets the late fall. And he retaliates.
He's looking for yet another exclamation mark. There's no way you can take any more of those. This has got to be over.
Makes a cover. And he scores a fall.
Kick lands.
Driving through with the clothesline, sends his opponent all the way to the outside, and I believe the wheels are turning for more. How about a suicide dive?
My God, launched like a ballistic missile.
Showing zero regard for anyone's well-being.
Hoisted up. Dominate.
That can be the game clincher right there.
Eludes the attack.
Only a relatively short amount of time remains in what has been a war.
This match might be all but over. With the time left, it would be a miracle to overcome this lead.
And it looked like an attempt to tune up that arm a little.
Trying to find his feet. This does not look good for him.
In a well-timed counter.
Got him up.
Into the neck breaker.
What a display of strength here. Sit down, powerbomb.
Stalking a fallen opponent, looking to inflict even more punishment. This'll do it.
He's able to slip away from that.
Snap married over. Full steam. Penalty kick.
And the double stop. Again, going for the biggest attack possible.
Somehow he's able to get a fall this late in the match.
Connects with the kick.
Being placed in the corner here.
Busting out the heavy artillery once again.
2. And he catches a fall with that.
Just a revolving door of forearms. Ouch!
Strong punch to the midsection.
From the apron.
Diving moonsault from the apron.
No sign of hesitation, and that risk gained big rewards. He wants his crowd on their feet. He wants them to make some noise.
From way up.
Look out below!
From ring post to ringside, risking it all paid off.
Oh, come on. Just take it back in the ring. Pretty please.
Say a little louder, Saxton. I don't think they heard you.
And he slides him back to the mat. Time left on the clock now.
Oh, they're just punishing their opponent now.
With a series of forearms.
Carefully measuring, waiting to strike. My, oh my, what elevation. Oh, this is just disrespectful. And an elbow drop for added measure.
And he's being totally cut off here.
This is the type of scenario where he needs to get inventive.
Oh, so athletic.
Anticipated that.
There's no chance you're coming back from another one of those.
Into the cover. And it's enough to earn him the fall.
He's in a bad way, but still has something left in the tank.
Firm control.
Brutal boot. He may get the 3 count right here.
This is it.
And he earns the fall.
Up into the torture rack. Oh! Feast your eyes. Hit it again, and that's got to be.
And he gets the win, but at what cost?
Here is your winner, Christian Ronaldo.
And a stunning ending to this Ironman match. It takes a lot of stamina to outlast the opposition in a match like this.
Practically an inhuman effort in terms of resilience on display throughout this match. You really have to hand it to them. They earned this victory.